Tonight, some stories begin with a dream so small no one takes it seriously. A life shaped by chance, by where you begin and who you are allowed to become. A heart that believes in something greater, even when the world does not. A voice lost between truth and illusion, and a longing to rise higher no matter how far you must go. Some will change, some will remain, but not everyone who dreams is meant to stay where they began. So just listen and let these quiet, strange, and human stories carry you into sleep. The porter's son, the general, lived in the grand first floor, and the porter lived in the cellar. There was a great distance between the two families, the whole of the ground floor, and the difference in rank. But they lived in the same house, and both had a view of the street and of the courtyard. In the courtyard was a grass plot on which grew a blooming acacia tree when it was in bloom, and under this tree sat occasionally the finely dressed nurse with the still more finely dressed child of the general, little Emily. Before them danced about barefoot the little son of the porter, with his great brown eyes and dark hair, and the little girl smiled at him and stretched out her hands towards him. And when the general saw that from the window he would nod his head and cry, "Charming," the general's lady, who was so young that she might very well have been her husband's daughter from an early marriage, never came to the window that looked upon the courtyard. She had given orders, though, that the boy might play his antics to amuse her child, but must never touch it. The nurse punctually obeyed the gracious lady's orders. The sun shone in upon the people in the grand first floor, and upon the people in the cellar. The acacia tree was covered with blossoms, and they fell off, and next year new ones came. The tree bloomed, and the porter's little son bloomed too, and looked like a fresh tulip. The general's little daughter became delicate and pale like the leaf of the acacia blossom. She seldom came down to the tree now, for she took the air in a carriage. She drove out with her mamma, and then she would always nod at the porter's George. Yes, she used even to kiss her hand to him, till her mamma said she was too old to do that now. One morning, George was sent up to carry the general the letters and newspapers that had been delivered at the porter's room in the morning. As he was running upstairs, just as he passed the door of the sandbox, he heard a faint piping. He thought it was some young chicken that had strayed there and was raising cries of distress. But it was the general's little daughter, decked out in lace and finery. "Don't tell Papa and Mama," she whimpered. "They would be angry." "What's the matter, little missy?" asked George. "It's all on fire," she answered. "It's burning with a bright flame." George hurried upstairs to the general's apartments. He opened the door of the nursery. The window curtain was almost entirely burnt, and the wooden curtain pole was one mass of flame. George sprang upon a chair he brought in haste and pulled down the burning articles. He then alarmed the people, but for him, the house would have been burned down. The general and his lady cross-questioned little Emily. "I only took just one lucifer match," she said, "and it was burning directly, and the curtain was burning too. I spat at it to put it out. I spat at it as much as ever I could, but I could not put it out. So I ran away and hid myself, for Papa and Mama would be angry. "I spat," cried the general's lady. "What an expression! Did you ever hear your Papa and Mama talk about spitting? You must have got that from downstairs." And George had a penny given him. But this penny did not go to the baker's shop, but into the savings box. And soon there were so many pennies in the savings box that he could buy a paint box and color the drawings he made. And he had a great number of drawings. They seemed to shoot out of his pencil and out of his fingers' ends. His first colored pictures he presented to Emily. "Charming," said the general, and even the general's lady acknowledged that it was easy to see what the boy had meant to draw. "He has genius." Those were the words that were carried down into the cellar. The general and his gracious lady were grand people. They had 2 coats of arms on their carriage, a coat of arms for each of them, and the gracious lady had had this coat of arms embroidered on both sides of every bit of linen she had, and even on her nightcap and her dressing bag. One of the coats of arms, the one that belonged to her, was a very dear one. It had been bought for hard cash by her father, for he had not been born with it, nor had she. She had come into the world too early, 7 years before the coat of arms, and most people remembered this circumstance, but the family did not remember it. A man might well have a bee in his bonnet when he had such a coat of arms to carry, as that, let alone having to carry 2. And the general's wife had a bee in hers when she drove to the court ball, as stiff and as proud as you please. The general was old and gray, but he had a good seat on horseback, and he knew it, and he rode out every day with a groom behind him at a proper distance. When he came to a party, he looked somehow as if he were riding into the room upon his high horse, and he had orders to such a number that no one would have believed it. But that was not his fault. As a young man, he had taken part in the great autumn reviews which were held in those days. He had an anecdote that he told about those days, the only one he knew. A subaltern under his orders had cut off one of the princes and taken him prisoner, and the prince had been obliged to ride through the town with a little band of captured soldiers, himself a prisoner behind the general. This was an ever-memorable event, and was always told over and over again every year by the general, who moreover always repeated the remarkable words he had used when he returned his sword to the prince. Those words were, "Only my subaltern could have taken your highness prisoner. I could never have done it." And the prince had replied, "You are incomparable." In a real war, the general had never taken part. When war came into the country, he had gone on a diplomatic career to foreign courts. He spoke the French language so fluently that he had almost forgotten his own. He could dance well, he could ride well, and orders grew on his coat in an astounding way. The sentries presented arms to him. One of the most beautiful girls presented arms to him and became the general's lady, and in time they had a pretty charming child that seemed as if it had dropped from heaven. It was so pretty, and the porter's son danced before it in the courtyard as soon as it could understand it, and gave her all his colored pictures, and little Emily looked at them and was pleased and tore them to pieces. She was pretty and delicate indeed. "My little rose leaf," cried the general's lady, "thou art born to wed a prince." The prince was already at the door, but they knew nothing of it. People don't see far beyond the threshold. The day before yesterday, our boy divided his bread and butter with her, said the porter's wife. There was neither cheese nor meat upon it, but she liked it as well as if it had been roast beef. There would have been a fine noise if the general and his wife had seen the feast, but they did not see it. George had divided his bread and butter with little Emily, and he would have divided his heart with her if it would have pleased her. He was a good boy, brisk and clever, and he went to the night school in the academy now to learn to draw properly. Little Emily was getting on with her education too, for she spoke French with her bonne and had a dancing master. George will be confirmed at Easter, said the porter's wife, for George had got so far as this. It would be the best thing now to make an apprentice of him, said his father. It must be to some good calling, and then he would be out of the house. He would have to sleep out of the house, said George's mother. It is not easy to find a master who has room for him at night, and we shall have to provide him with clothes too. The little bit of eating that he wants can be managed for him, for he's quite happy with a few boiled potatoes, and he gets taught for nothing. Let the boy go his own way. You will say that he will be our joy someday, and the professor says so too. The confirmation suit was ready. The mother had worked it herself, but the tailor who did repairs had cut them out, and a capital cutter-out he was. If he had had a better position and been able to keep a workshop and journeyman, the porter's wife said, he might have been a court tailor. The clothes were ready, and the candidate for confirmation was ready. On his confirmation day, George received a great pinchbeck watch from his godfather, the old ironmonger's shopman, the richest of his godfathers. The watch was an old and tried servant. It always went too fast, but that is better than to be lagging behind. That was a costly present. And from the general's apartment, there arrived a hymn book, bound in morocco, sent by the little lady to whom George had given pictures. At the beginning of the book, his name was written, and her name as his gracious patroness. These words had been written at the dictation of the general's lady, and the general had read the inscription and pronounced it charming. That is really a great attention from a family of such position, said the porter's wife. And George was sent upstairs to show himself in his confirmation clothes, with the hymn book in his hand. The general's lady was sitting very much wrapped up, and had the bad headache she always had when time hung heavy upon her hands. She looked at George very pleasantly and wished him prosperity, and that he might never have her headache. The general was walking about in his dressing gown. He had a cap with a long tassel on his head, and Russian boots with red tops on his feet. He walked 3 times up and down the room, absorbed in his own thoughts and recollections, and then stopped and said, "So little George is a confirmed Christian now. Be a good man and honor those in authority over you." Someday, when you are an old man, you can say that the general gave you this precept. That was a longer speech than the general was accustomed to make, and then he went back to his ruminations and looked very aristocratic. But of all that George heard and saw up there, little Miss Emily remained most clear in his thoughts. How graceful she was, how gentle and fluttering and pretty she looked. If she were to be drawn, it ought to be on a soap bubble. About her dress, about her yellow, curled hair, there was a fragrance as of a fresh, blown rose. And to think that he had once divided his bread and butter with her, and that she had eaten it with enormous appetite, and nodded to him at every second mouthful. Did she remember anything about it? Yes, certainly, for she had given him the beautiful hymn book in remembrance of this. And when the first new moon in the first new year after this event came round, he took a piece of bread, a penny, and his hymn book, and went out into the open air and opened the book to see what psalm he should turn up. It was a psalm of praise and thanksgiving. Then he opened the book again to see what would turn up for little Emily. He took great pains not to open the book in the place where the funeral hymns were, and yet he got one that referred to the grave and death. But then he thought this was not a thing in which one must believe, for all that he was startled when soon afterwards the pretty little girl had to lie in bed, and the doctor's carriage stopped at the gate every day. "They will not keep her with them," said the porter's wife. "The good God knows whom he will summon to himself." But they kept her after all, and George drew pictures and sent them to her. He drew the Tsar's palace, the old Kremlin at Moscow, just as it stood with towers and cupolas. And these cupolas looked like gigantic green and gold cucumbers, at least in George's drawing. Little Emily was highly pleased, and consequently, when a week had elapsed, George sent her a few more pictures, all with buildings in them. For you see, she could imagine all sorts of things inside the windows and doors. He drew a Chinese house with bells hanging from every one of 16 stories. He drew 2 Grecian temples with slender marble pillars and with steps all round them. He drew a Norwegian church. It was easy to see that this church had been built entirely of wood hewn out and wonderfully put together. Every story looked as if it had rockers like a cradle. But the most beautiful of all was the castle drawn on one of the leaves. and which he called Emily's Castle. This was the kind of place in which she must live. That is what George had thought, and consequently, he had put into this building whatever he thought most beautiful in all the others. It had carved woodwork like the Norwegian church, marble pillars like the Grecian temple, bells in every story, and was crowned with cupolas, green and gilded like those of the Kremlin of the Tsar. It was a real child's castle, and under every window was written what the hall or the room inside was intended to be. For instance, here Emily sleeps. Here Emily dances. Here Emily plays at receiving visitors. It was a real pleasure to look at the castle. And right well was the castle looked at accordingly. "Charming," said the general. But the old count, for there was an old count there who was still grander than the general and had a castle of his own, said nothing at all. He heard that it had been designed and drawn by the porter's little son. Not that he was so very little either, for he had already been confirmed. The old count looked at the pictures and had his own thoughts as he did so. One day, when it was very gloomy, gray, wet weather, the brightest of days dawned for George. For the professor at the academy called him into his room. "Listen to me, my friend," said the professor. "I want to speak to you. The Lord has been good to you in giving you abilities, and he has also been good in placing you among kind people. The old count at the corner yonder has been speaking to me about you. I have also seen your sketches, but we will not say any more about those, for there is a good deal to correct in them. But from this time forward, you may come twice a week to my drawing class, and then you will soon learn how to do them better. I think there's more of the architect than of the painter in you. You will have time to think that over, but go across to the old count this very day, and thank God for having sent you such a friend." It was a great house, the house of the old count at the corner. Round the windows, elephants and dromedaries were carved all from the old times. But the old count loved the new time best, and what it brought, whether it came from the first floor, or from the cellar, or from the attic. "I think," said the porter's wife, "the grander people are the fewer airs do they give themselves. How kind and straightforward the old count is, and he talks exactly like you and me. Now the general and his lady can't do that." And George was fairly wild with delight yesterday at the good reception he met with at the Count's, and so am I today, after speaking to the great man. Wasn't it a good thing that we didn't bind George apprentice to a handicraftsman, for he has abilities of his own? But they must be helped on by others, said the father. That help he has got now, rejoined the mother, for the Count spoke out quite clearly and distinctly. But I fancy it began with the general, said the father, and we must thank them too. Let us do so with all my heart, cried the mother, though I fancy we have not much to thank them for. I will thank the good God, and I will thank him too for letting little Emily get well. Emily was getting on bravely, and George got on bravely too. In the course of the year, he won the little silver prize medal of the Academy, and afterwards he gained the great one too. It would have been better, after all, if he had been apprenticed to a handicraftsman, said the porter's wife, weeping, for then we could have kept him with us. What is he to do in Rome? I shall never get a sight of him again, not even if he comes back. But that he won't do, the dear boy. It is fortune and fame for him, said the father. Yes, thank you, my friend, said the mother. You are saying what you do not mean. You are just as sorrowful as I am, and it was all true about the sorrow and the journey. But everybody said it was a great piece of good fortune for the young fellow, and he had to take leave, and of the general too. The general's lady did not show herself, for she had her bad headache. On this occasion, the general told his only anecdote about what he had said to the prince, and how the prince had said to him, "You are incomparable." And he held out a languid hand to George. Emily gave George her hand too, and looked almost sorry. And George was the most sorry of all. Time goes by when one has something to do, and it goes by too when one has nothing to do. The time is equally long, but not equally useful. It was useful to George, and did not seem long at all, except when he happened to be thinking of his home. How might the good folks be getting on upstairs and downstairs? Yes, there was writing about that, and many things can be put into a letter. Bright sunshine and dark, heavy days. Both of these were in the letter which brought the news that his father was dead, and that his mother was alone now. She wrote that Emily had come down to see her, and had been to her like an angel of comfort. And concerning herself, she added that she had been allowed to keep her situation as porteress The general's lady kept a diary, and in this diary was recorded every ball she attended and every visit she received. The diary was illustrated by the insertion of the visiting cards of the diplomatic circle and of the most noble families. And the general's lady was proud of it. The diary kept growing through a long time, and amid many severe headaches, and through a long course of half-nights, that is to say, of court balls. Emily had now been to a court ball for the first time. Her mother had worn a bright red dress with black lace in the Spanish style. The daughter had been attired in white fair and delicate. Green silk ribbons fluttered like flag leaves among her yellow locks, and on her head she wore a wreath of water lilies. Her eyes were so blue and clear, her mouth was so delicate and red. She looked like a little water spirit, as beautiful as such a spirit can be imagined. The princes danced with her, one after another, of course, and the general's lady had not a headache for a week afterwards. But the first ball was not the last, and Emily could not stand it. It was a good thing, therefore, that summer brought with it rest and exercise in the open air. The family had been invited by the old count to visit him at Him Castle. That was a castle with a garden which was worth seeing. Part of this garden was laid out quite in the style of the old days, with stiff green hedges. You walked as if between green walls, with peepholes in them. Box trees and yew trees stood there, trimmed into the form of stars and pyramids, and water sprang from fountains in large grottos lined with shells. All around stood figures of the most beautiful stone that could be seen in their clothes as well as in their faces. Every flower bed had a different shape and represented a fish or a coat of arms or a monogram. That was the French part of the garden. And from this part, the visitor came into what appeared like the green, fresh forest, where the trees might grow as they chose, and accordingly, they were great and glorious. The grass was green and beautiful to walk on, and it was regularly cut and rolled and swept and tended. That was the English part of the garden. Old time and new time, said the Count. Here they run well into one another. In 2 years, the building itself will put on a proper appearance. There will be a complete metamorphosis in beauty and improvement. I shall show you the drawings, and I shall show you the architect, for he is to dine here today. Charming, said the general. "'Tis like paradise here," said the general's lady, "and yonder you have a knight's castle." "That's my poultry house," observed the count. "The pigeons live in the tower, the turkeys in the first floor, but old Elsie rules in the ground floor. She has apartments on all sides of her. The sitting hens have their own room, and the hens with chickens have theirs, and the ducks have their own particular door leading to the water." "Charming," repeated the general, and all sailed forth to see these wonderful things. Old Elsie stood in the room on the ground floor, and by her side stood Architect George. He and Emily now met for the first time after several years, and they met in the poultry house. Yes, there he stood and was handsome enough to be looked at. His face was frank and energetic. He had black, shining hair and a smile about his mouth, which said, "I have a brownie that sits in my ear and knows every one of you, inside and out." Old Elsie had pulled off her wooden shoes and stood there in her stockings to do honor to the noble guests. The hens clucked, and the cocks crowed, and the ducks waddled to and fro, and said, "Quack, quack." But the fair, pale girl, the friend of his childhood, the daughter of the general, stood there with a rosy blush on her usually pale cheeks, and her eyes opened wide, and her mouth seemed to speak without uttering a word, and the greeting he received from her was the most beautiful greeting a young man can desire from a young lady, if they are not related or have not danced many times together. And she and the architect had never danced together. The count shook hands with him and introduced him. "He is not altogether a stranger, our young friend George." The general's lady bowed to him, and the general's daughter was very nearly giving him her hand, but she did not give it to him. "Our little Master George," said the general. "Old friends, charming. You have become quite an Italian," said the general's lady, "and I presume you speak the language like a native." "My wife sings the language, but she does not speak it," observed the general. At dinner, George sat at the right hand of Emily, whom the general had taken down, while the count led in the general's lady. Mr. George talked and told of his travels, and he could talk well, and was the life and soul of the table, though the old count could have been it too. Emily sat silent, but she listened, and her eyes gleamed, but she said nothing. In the veranda, among the flowers, she and George stood together. The rose bushes concealed them, and George was speaking again, for he took the lead now. "Many thanks for the kind consideration you showed my old mother," he said. "I know that you went down to her on the night when my father died, and you stayed with her till his eyes were closed. My heartiest thanks." He took Emily's hand and kissed it. He might do so on such an occasion. She blushed deeply, but pressed his hand and looked at him with her dear blue eyes. "Your mother was a dear soul," she said. "How fond she was of her son, and she let me read all your letters so that I almost believe I know you. How kind you were to me when I was little girl. You used to give me pictures, which you tore in two," said George. "No, I have still your drawing of the castle. I must build the castle in reality now," said George, and he became quite warm at his own words. The general and the general's lady talked to each other in their room about the porter's son, how he knew how to behave and to express himself with the greatest propriety. "He might be a tutor," said the general. "Intellect," said the general's lady. But she did not say anything more. During the beautiful summertime, Mr. George several times visited the Count at his castle, and he was missed when he did not come. How much the good God has given you that he has not given to us poor mortals, said Emily to him. Are you sure you are very grateful for it? It flattered George that the lovely young girl should look up to him, and he thought then that Emily had unusually good abilities. And the general felt more and more convinced that George was no cellar child. His mother was a very good woman, he observed. It is only right I should do her that justice now she is in her grave. The summer passed away, and the winter came. Again there was talk about Mr. George. He was highly respected and was received in the first circles. The general had met him at a court ball, and now there was a ball to be given in the general's house for Emily, and could Mr. George be invited to it? He whom the king invites can be invited by the general also, said the general, and drew himself up till he stood quite an inch higher than before. Mr. George was invited, and he came. Princes and counts came, and they danced, one better than the other. But Emily could only dance one dance, the first, for she made a false step. Nothing of consequence, but her foot hurt her, so that she had to be careful and leave off dancing and look at the others. So she sat and looked on, and the architect stood by her side. "I suppose you are giving her the whole history of St. Peter's," said the general as he passed by, and smiled like the personification of patronage. With the same patronizing smile, he received Mr. George a few days afterwards. The young man came, no doubt, to return thanks for the invitation to the ball. What else could it be? But indeed, there was something else. Something very astonishing and startling. He spoke words of sheer lunacy, so that the general could hardly believe his own ears. It was the height of rhodomontade, an offer, quite an inconceivable offer. Mr. George came to ask the hand of Emily in marriage. "Man," cried the general, and his brain seemed to be boiling. "I don't understand you at all. What is it you say? What is it you want? I don't know you. Sir, man, what possesses you to break into my house? And am I to stand here and listen to you?" He stepped backwards into his bedroom, locked the door behind him, and left Mr. George standing alone. George stood still for a few minutes, and then turned round and left the room. Emily was standing in the corridor. "My father has answered," she said, and her voice trembled. George pressed her hand. "He has escaped me," he replied. "But a better time will come." There were tears in Emily's eyes, but in the young man's eyes shone courage and confidence, and the sun shone through the window and cast his beams on the pair and gave them his blessing. The general sat in his room, bursting hot. Yes, he was still boiling until he boiled over in the exclamation, "Lunacy Porter madness." Not an hour was over before the general's lady knew it out of the general's own mouth. She called Emily and remained alone with her. "You poor child," she said. "To insult you so, to insult us so. There are tears in your eyes, too, but they become you well. You look beautiful in tears. You look as I looked on my wedding day. Weep on my sweet Emily." "Yes, that I must," said Emily, "if you and my father do not say yes." "Child," screamed the general's lady, "you are ill. You are talking wildly, and I shall have a most terrible headache. What a misfortune is coming upon our house. Don't make your mother die." Emily, or you will have no mother." And the eyes of the general's lady were wet, for she could not bear to think of her own death. In the newspapers, there was an announcement. "Mr. George has been elected professor of the 5th class, number 8. It's a pity that his parents are dead and cannot read it," said the new porter. People who now lived in the cellar under the general's apartments. They knew that the professor had been born and grown up within their 4 walls. "Now he'll get a salary," said the man. "Yes, that's not much for a poor child," said the woman. $18 a year," said the man. "Why, it's a good deal of money." "No, I mean the honor of it," replied the wife. "Do you think he cares for the money? Those few dollars he can earn 100 times over, and most likely he'll get a rich wife into the bargain. If we had children of our own husband, our child should be an architect and a professor too." George was spoken well of in the cellar, and he was spoken well of in the 1st floor. The old count took upon himself to do that. The pictures he had drawn in his childhood gave occasion for it. But how did the conversation come to turn on these pictures? Why, they had been talking of Russia and of Moscow, and thus mention was made of the Kremlin, which little George had once drawn for Miss Emily. He had drawn many pictures, but the Count especially remembered one, Emily's castle, where she was to sleep and to dance and to play at receiving guests. "The professor was a true man," said the Count, "and would be a privy councillor. Before he died, it was not at all unlikely, and he might build a real castle for the young lady. Before that time came. Why not?" "That was a strange jest," remarked the general's lady when the Count had gone away. The general shook his head thoughtfully and went out for a ride with his groom behind him at a proper distance, and he sat more stiffly than ever on his high horse. It was Emily's birthday. Flowers, books, letters, and visiting cards came pouring in. The general's lady kissed her on the mouth, and the general kissed her on the forehead. They were affectionate parents, and they and Emily had to receive grand visitors, 2 of the princes. They talked of balls and theaters, of diplomatic missions, of the government of empires and nations. And then they spoke of talent, native talent. And so the discourse turned upon the young architect. "He is building up an immortality for himself," said one, "and he will certainly build his way into one of our first families." One of our first families repeated the general, and afterwards the general's lady. What is meant by one of our first families? I know for whom it was intended, said the general's lady, but I shall not say it. I don't think it. Heaven disposes, but I shall be astonished. I am astonished also, said the general. I haven't an idea in my head. And he fell into a reverie, waiting for ideas. There is a power, a nameless power, in the possession of favor from above, the favor of Providence. And this favor little George had. But we are forgetting the birthday. Emily's room was fragrant with flowers sent by male and female friends. On the table lay beautiful presents for greeting and remembrance. But none could come from George. None could come from him. But it was not necessary, for the whole house was full of remembrances of him. Even out of the ash bin, the blossom of memory peeped forth, for Emily had sat whimpering there on the day when the window curtain caught fire, and George arrived in the character of fire engine. A glance out of the window and the acacia tree reminded of the days of childhood. Flowers and leaves had fallen, but there stood the tree covered with hoarfrost, looking like a single huge branch of coral, and the moon shone clear and large among the twigs, unchanged in its changings, as it was when George divided his bread and butter with little Emily. Out of a box, the girl took the drawings of the Tsar's palace and of her own castle, remembrances of George. The drawings were looked at, and many thoughts came. She remembered the day when, unobserved by her father and mother, she had gone down to the porter's wife who lay dying. Once again, she seemed to sit beside her, holding the dying woman's hand in hers, hearing the dying woman's last words, "Blessing George." The mother was thinking of her son, and now Emily gave her own interpretation to those words. Yes, George was certainly with her on her birthday. It happened that the next day was another birthday in that house, the general's birthday. He had been born the day after his daughter, but before her, of course, many years before her. Many presents arrived, and among them came a saddle of exquisite workmanship, a comfortable and costly saddle. One of the princes had just such another. Now from whom might this saddle come? The general was delighted. There was a little note with the saddle. Now, if the words on the note had been, "Many thanks for yesterday's reception," we might easily have guessed from whom it came. but the words were from somebody whom the general does not know. "Whom in the world do I not know?" exclaimed the general. "I know everybody." And his thoughts wandered all through society, for he knew everybody there. "That saddle comes from my wife," he said at last. "She is teasing me, charming." But she was not teasing him. Those times were past. Again there was a feast, but it was not in the general's house. It was a fancy ball at the prince's, and masks were allowed too. The general went as Rubens, in a Spanish costume, with a little ruff round his neck, a sword by his side, and a stately manner. The general's lady was Madame Rubens, in black velvet, made high round the neck, exceedingly warm, and with a millstone round her neck, in the shape of a great ruff, accurately dressed, after a Dutch picture in the possession of the general, in which the hands were especially admired. They were just like the hands of the general's lady. Emily was Psyche. In white crepe and lace, she was like a floating swan. She did not want wings at all. She only wore them as emblematic of Psyche. Brightness, splendor, light, and flowers, wealth, and taste appeared at the ball. There was so much to see that the beautiful hands of Madame Rubens made no sensation at all. A black domino with an acacia blossom in his cap danced with Psyche. "Who is that?" asked the general's lady. "His Royal Highness," replied the general. "I am quite sure of it. I knew him directly by the pressure of his hand." The general's lady doubted it. General Rubens had no doubts about it. He went up to the black domino and wrote the royal letters in the mask's hand. These were denied, but the mask gave him a hint. The words that came with the saddle: "One whom you do not know, General." "But I do know you," said the general. "It was you who sent me the saddle." The domino raised his hand and disappeared among the other guests. "Who is that black domino with whom you were dancing, Emily?" asked the general's lady. "I did not ask his name," she replied, "because you knew it. It is the professor. Your protégé is here, Count," she continued, turning to that nobleman who stood close by. "A black domino with acacia blossoms in his cap." "Very likely, my dear lady," replied the Count. "But one of the princes wears just the same costume." "I knew the pressure of the hand," said the general. "The saddle came from the prince. I am so certain of it that I could invite that domino to dinner." do so. If it be the prince, he will certainly come, replied the count. And if it is the other, he will not come, said the general, and approached the black domino, who was just speaking with the king. The general gave a very respectful invitation that they might make each other's acquaintance, and he smiled in his certainty concerning the person he was inviting. He spoke loud and distinctly. The domino raised his mask, and it was George. "Do you repeat your invitation, General?" he asked. The general certainly seemed to grow an inch taller, assumed a more stately demeanor, and took 2 steps backward and 1 step forward, as if he were dancing a minuet, and then came as much gravity and expression into the face of the general as the general could contrive to infuse into it. But he replied, "I never retract my words. You are invited, Professor." And he bowed with a glance at the king, who must have heard the whole dialogue. Now there was a company to dinner at the general's, but only the old count and his protege were invited. "I have my foot under his table," thought George. "That's laying the foundation stone." And the foundation stone was really laid with great ceremony at the house of the general and of the general's lady. The man had come and had spoken quite like a person in good society, and had made himself very agreeable, so that the general had often to repeat his charming. The general talked of this dinner, talked of it even to a court lady. And this lady, one of the most intellectual persons about the court, asked to be invited to meet the professor the next time he should come. So he had to be invited again. And he was invited, and came and was charming again. He could even play chess. "He's not out of the cellar," said the general. "He's quite a distinguished person. There are many distinguished persons of that kind, and it's no fault of his. The professor who was received in the king's palace might very well be received by the general, but that he could ever belong to the house was out of the question. Only the whole town was talking of it. He grew and grew. The dew of favor fell from above, so no one was surprised, after all, that he should become a privy councillor, and Emily a privy councillor's lady. Life is either a tragedy or a comedy, said the general. In tragedies, they die. In comedies, they marry one another. In this case, they married, and they had 3 clever boys, but not all at once. The sweet children rode on their hobby horses through all the rooms when they came to see the grandparents. And the general also rode on his stick. He rode behind them in the character of groom to the little privy councillors. And the general's lady sat on her sofa and smiled at them, even when she had her severest headache. So far did George get, and much further. Else it had not been worthwhile to tell the story of the porter's son. The toad, the well was deep, and therefore the rope had to be a long one. It was heavy work, turning the handle when anyone had to raise a bucketful of water over the edge of the well. Though the water was clear, the sun never looked down far enough into the well to mirror itself in the waters. But as far as its beams could reach, green things grew forth between the stones in the sides of the well. Down below dwelt a family of the toad race. They had in fact come head over heels down the well in the person of the old mother toad, who was still alive. The green frogs, who had been established there a long time and swam about in the water, called them well guests. But the newcomers seemed determined to stay where they were, for they found it very agreeable living in a dry place, as they called the wet stones. The mother frog had once been a traveler. She happened to be in the water bucket when it was drawn up, but the light became too strong for her, and she got a pain in her eyes. Fortunately, she scrambled out of the bucket, but she fell into the water with a terrible flop and had to lie sick for 3 days with pains in her back. She certainly had not much to tell of the things up above, but she knew this, and all the frogs knew it, that the well was not all the world. The mother toad might have told this and that if she had chosen, but she never answered when they asked her anything, and so they left off asking. She's thick and fat and ugly, said the young green frogs, and her children will be just as ugly as she is. That may be, retorted the mother toad, but one of them has a jewel in his head, or else I have the jewel. The young frogs listened and stared, and as these words did not please them, they made grimaces and dived down under the water. But the little toads kicked up their hind legs from mere pride, for each of them thought that he must have the jewel. And then they sat and held their heads quite still. But at length they asked what it was that made them so proud, and what kind of a thing a jewel might be. Oh, it is such a splendid and precious thing that I cannot describe it, said the mother toad. It's something which one carries about for one's own pleasure, and that makes other people angry. But don't ask me any questions, for I shan't answer you. "Well, I haven't got the jewel," said the smallest of the toads. She was as ugly as a toad can be. "Why should I have such a precious thing? And if it makes others angry, it can't give me any pleasure. No, I only wish I could get to the edge of the well and look out. It must be beautiful up there." "You'd better stay where you are," said the old mother toad, "for you know everything here, and you can tell what you have. Take care of the bucket, for it will crush you to death. And even if you get into it safely, you may fall out. And it's not everyone who falls so cleverly as I did, and gets away with whole legs and whole bones." "Quack," said the little toad. And that's just as if one of us were to say, "Aha!" She had an immense desire to get to the edge of the well and to look over. She felt such a longing for the green up there. And the next morning, when it chanced that the bucket was being drawn up filled with water, and stopped for a moment just in front of the stone on which the toad sat, the little creature's heart moved within it, and our toad jumped into the filled bucket, which presently was drawn to the top and emptied out. "Ugh, you beast," said the farm laborer, who emptied the bucket when he saw the toad. "You're the ugliest thing I've seen for one while." And he made a kick with his wooden shoe at the toad, which just escaped being crushed by managing to scramble into the nettles, which grew high by the well's brink. Here she saw stem by stem, but she looked up also. The sun shone through the leaves, which were quite transparent, and she felt as a person would feel who steps suddenly into a great forest, where the sun looks in between the branches and leaves. "It's much nicer here than down in the well. I should like to stay here my whole life long," said the little toad. So she lay there for an hour, yes, for 2 hours. "I wonder what is to be found up here. As I have come so far, I must try to go still farther." And so she crawled on as fast as she could crawl, and got out upon the highway, where the sun shone upon her, and the dust powdered her all over as she marched across the way. "I've got to a dry place now, and no mistake," said the toad. "It's almost too much of a good thing here. It tickles one so." She came to the ditch, and forget-me-nots were growing there, and meadow-sweet. And a very little way off was a hedge of whitethorn, and elder bushes grew there too, and bindweed with white flowers. Gay colors were to be seen here, and a butterfly too was flitting by. The toad thought it was a flower, which had broken loose, that it might look about better in the world, which was quite a natural thing to do. If one could only make such a journey as that, said the toad. Croak, how capital that would be. 8 days and 8 nights she stayed by the well, and experienced no want of provisions. On the 9th day she thought, forward, onward. But what could she find more charming and beautiful? Perhaps a little toad or a few green frogs. During the last night, there had been a sound borne on the breeze, as if there were cousins in the neighborhood. It's a glorious thing to live glorious, to get out of the well, and to lie among the stinging nettles, and to crawl along the dusty road. But onward, onward, that we may find frogs or a little toad. We can't do without that. Nature alone is not enough for one. And so she went forward on her journey. She came out into the open field to a great pond, round about which grew reeds, and she walked into it. It will be too damp for you here, said the frogs, but you are very welcome. Are you a he or a she? But it doesn't matter. You are equally welcome. And she was invited to the concert in the evening, the family concert. Great enthusiasm and thin voices. We know the sort of thing. No refreshments were given. Only there was plenty to drink, for the whole pond was free. Now I shall resume my journey, said the little toad, for she always felt a longing for something better. She saw the stars shining so large and so bright, and she saw the moon gleaming, and then she saw the sun rise and mount higher and higher. Perhaps, after all, I am still in a well, only in a larger well. I must get higher yet. I feel a great restlessness and longing. And when the moon became round and full, the poor creature thought, I wonder if that is the bucket which will be let down, and into which I must step to get higher up. Or is the sun the great bucket? How great it is, how bright it is. It can take up all. I must look out that I may not miss the opportunity. Oh, how it seems to shine in my head. I don't think the jewel can shine brighter. But I haven't the jewel. Not that I cry about that. No, I must go higher up into splendor and joy. I feel so confident, and yet I am afraid. It's a difficult step to take, and yet it must be taken. Onward, therefore straight onward. She took a few steps, such as a crawling animal may take, and soon found herself on a road beside which people dwelt. But there were flower gardens, as well as kitchen gardens, and she sat down to rest by a kitchen garden. What a number of different creatures there are that I never knew, and how beautiful and great the world is. But one must look round in it and not stay in one spot. And then she hopped into the kitchen garden. How green it is here! How beautiful it is here! I know that, said the caterpillar on the leaf. My leaf is the largest here. It hides half the world from me. But I don't care for the world. Cluck, cluck. And some fowls came. They tripped about in the cabbage garden. The fowl who marched at the head of them had a long sight, and she spied the caterpillar on the green leaf and pecked at it so that the caterpillar fell on the ground where it twisted and writhed. The fowl looked at it first with one eye and then with the other, for she did not know what the end of this writhing would be. Doesn't do that with a good will, thought the fowl, and lifted up her head to peck at the caterpillar. The toad was so horrified at this that she came crawling straight up towards the fowl. "Ah, it has allies," quoth the fowl. "Just look at the crawling thing." And then the fowl turned away. "I don't care for the little green morsel. It would only tickle my throat." The other fowls took the same view of it, and they all turned away together. "I writhed myself free," said the caterpillar. "What a good thing it is when one has presence of mind. But the hardest thing remains to be done, and that is to get on my leaf again. Where is it?" And the little toad came up and expressed her sympathy. She was glad that in her ugliness she had frightened the fowls. "What do you mean by that?" cried the caterpillar. "I wriggled myself free from the fowl. You are very disagreeable to look at. Cannot I be left in peace on my own property? Now I smell cabbage. Now I am near my leaf. Nothing is so beautiful as property. But I must go higher up." "Yes, higher up," said the little toad. "Higher up. She feels just as I do. But she's not in a good humor today. That's because of the fright. We all want to go higher up." And she looked up as high as ever she could. The stork sat in his nest on the roof of the farmhouse. He clapped with his beak, and the mother stork clapped with hers. How high up they live, thought the toad. If one could only get as high as that. In the farmhouse lived 2 young students. The one was a poet, and the other a scientific searcher into the secrets of nature. The one sang and wrote joyously of everything that God had created and how it was mirrored in his heart. He sang it out clearly, sweetly, richly, in well-sounding verses, while the other investigated, created matter itself, and even cut it open where need was. He looked upon God's creation as a great sum in arithmetic, subtracted, multiplied, and tried to know it within and without, and to talk with understanding concerning it. And that was a very sensible thing. And he spoke joyously and cleverly of it. They were good, joyful men, those two. There sits a good specimen of a toad, said the naturalist. I must have that fellow in a bottle of spirits. You have 2 of them already, replied the poet. Let the thing sit there and enjoy its life. But it's so wonderfully ugly, persisted the first. Yes, if we could find the jewel in its head, said the poet, I too should be for cutting it open. A jewel, cried the naturalist. You seem to know a great deal about natural history. But is there not something beautiful in the popular belief that just as the toad is the ugliest of animals, it should often carry the most precious jewel in its head? Is it not just the same thing with men? What a jewel that was that Aesop had, and still more, Socrates. The toad did not hear any more, nor did she understand half of what she had heard. The 2 friends walked on, and thus she escaped the fate of being bottled up in spirits. Those 2 also were speaking of the jewel, said the toad to herself. What a good thing that I have not got it. I might have been in a very disagreeable position. Now there was a clapping on the roof of the farmhouse. Father Stork was making a speech to his family, and his family was glancing down at the 2 young men in the kitchen garden. Man is the most conceited creature, said the stork. Listen how their jaws are wagging. And for all that, they can't clap properly. They boast of their gifts of eloquence and their language. Yes, a fine language truly. Why, it changes in every day's journey we make. One of them doesn't understand another. Now we can speak our language over the whole earth, up in the north and in Egypt. And then men are not able to fly, moreover. They rush along by means of an invention they call railway, but they often break their necks over it. It makes my beak turn cold when I think of it. The world could get on without men. We could do without them very well, so long as we only keep frogs and earthworms. That was a powerful speech, thought the little toad. What a great man that is yonder, and how high he sits, higher than ever I saw anyone sit yet. And how he can swim, she cried, as the stork soared away through the air with outspread pinions. And the mother stork began talking in the nest and told about Egypt and the waters of the Nile and the incomparable mud that was to be found in that strange land. And all this sounded new and very charming to the little toad. I must go to Egypt, said she. If the stork, or one of his young ones, would only take me, I would oblige him in return. Yes, I shall get to Egypt, for I feel so happy. All the longing and all the pleasure that I feel is much better than having a jewel in one's head. And it was just she who had the jewel. That jewel was the continual striving and desire to go upward, ever upward. It gleamed in her head, gleamed in joy, beamed brightly in her longing. Then, suddenly, up came the stork. He had seen the toad in the grass and stooped down and seized the little creature, anything but gently. The stork's beak pinched her, and the wind whistled. It was not exactly agreeable, but she was going upward, upward towards Egypt, and she knew it. And that was why her eyes gleamed, and a spark seemed to fly out of them. Quunk! Ah! The body was dead. The toad was killed. But the spark that had shot forth from her eyes, what became of that? The sunbeam took it up. The sunbeam carried the jewel from the head of the toad. Whither? Ask not the naturalist. Rather, ask the poet. He will tell it thee under the guise of a fairy tale. And the caterpillar on the cabbage and the stork family belong to the story. Think the caterpillar is changed and turns into a beautiful butterfly. The stork family flies over mountains and seas to the distant Africa, and yet finds the shortest way home to the same country, to the same roof. Nay, that is almost too improbable. And yet it is true. You may ask the naturalist, he will confess it is so. And you know it yourself, for you have seen it. But the jewel in the head of the toad, seek it in the sun. See it there, if you can. The brightness is too dazzling there. We have not yet such eyes as can see into the glories which God has created, but we shall receive them by and by, and that will be the most beautiful story of all, and we shall all have our share in it. Auntie, you ought to have known Auntie. She was so lovely. And yet, to be more specific, she wasn't lovely, in the usual sense of the word, but she was sweet and charming and funny in her own way. Just the type to gossip about when one is in the mood to gossip and be facetious over someone. She should have been put in a play just because she herself simply lived for the theater and everything that goes on in it. She was so very respectable, even if Agent Nob, whom Auntie called Snob, said she was stage-struck. "The theater is my schoolroom," she said, "my fountain of knowledge. There I have brushed up on my old biblical history. Take Moses, for instance, or Joseph and his brethren. They're operas now. It is from the theater that I've gained my knowledge of world history, geography, and human nature. I've learned about Parisian life from French farces. It's naughty, but very interesting. How I have cried over the Rickeburg family. To think that the husband had to drink himself to death just so his wife could get her young sweetheart. Ah, yes, many's the tear I've shed in the 50 years I've been going to the theater." Auntie knew every play, every piece of scenery, every actor who came on or ever had come on. She really only lived during the 9 months of the theatrical season. A summer without a summer stock company was enough to age her, while an evening at the theater that lasted till past midnight prolonged her life. She didn't say, as people did, "Now we will have spring. The stork has come," or "There's an item in the paper about the early strawberries." Instead, she announced the coming of autumn. "Have you seen that the box office is open? They'll begin the performances soon." She reckoned the value of a house and its location by its distance from the theater. She was heartbroken to have to leave the narrow alley behind the theater and move to a wide street a little farther away and live in a house where there were no neighbors opposite her. At home, my window must be my box at the theater. You can't sit by yourself without ever seeing people. But where I live now, it seems as if I've moved way out into the country. If I want to see people, I have to go into the kitchen and climb up onto the sink. That's the only way I can see my neighbors. Now in that old alley of mine, I could look right into the linen dealers, and then I was only 3 steps from the theater. Now I am 3,000 steps away. A guardsman's steps at that. Auntie might sometimes be ill, But however badly she happened to feel, she never missed the theater. One evening, her doctor ordered her to put her feet in sourdough poultices. She did as he told her, but rode off to the theater and sat there with her feet in sourdough. If she had died there, it would have pleased her. Thorvaldsen died in the theater, and she called that a blessed death. She could not imagine heaven if there were no theater there. Indeed, it was never promised to us, but it surely was conceivable that the many great actors and actresses who had gone on before would want to continue their work. Auntie had her own private wire from the theater to her room, and the telegram came every Sunday for coffee. Her private wire was Mr. Sivertson of the stage setting department. It was he who gave the signal for the raising and lowering of the curtain, the setting or striking of the scenery. From him, she received a brief, expressive report of each of the plays. Shakespeare's Tempest he called detestable stuff. There's so much to set up. Why, it begins with water down to the first side drop. That is to say, the rolling billows extended far forward on the stage. On the other hand, if a play could go through 5 acts in one and the same set, he said it was sensible and well written. It was a play of rest that could play itself without all that setting up to do. In the earlier days, Auntie recalled meaning some 30-odd years back, when she and Mr. Sivertson were indeed much younger. He was then already in the mechanical department, and as she called him, her benefactor. At that time, it was customary at the town's big and only theater to admit spectators into the cock loft. Every stage carpenter had 1 or 2 places to dispose of. It was often filled to capacity, and with a very select company. It was said the wives of generals and councilmen had been there because it was so interesting to look down behind the scenes and see how the performers stood and moved when the curtain was down. Auntie had been there several times to tragedies and ballets for the productions requiring the largest casts were the most interesting to watch from the loft. You sat up there in almost complete darkness, and most people brought their suppers with them. But once 3 apples and a package of sandwiches filled with sausage fell straight down into the prison, where Ugolino was about to die of hunger. The sausage produced a tremendous effect. The audience laughed and cheered, and the sausage was one of the main reasons why the management decided to forbid admission to the cock loft. But still, I've been there 37 times, said Auntie. And for that, I shall always be grateful to Mr. Sivertson. On the last evening that the cockloft was open to the public, they were giving the Judgment of Solomon. Auntie could remember it so well, for from her benefactor, Mr. Sivertson, she had obtained a ticket for Agent Nob. Not that he deserved it, for he always made fun of the theater and teased her about it. But still, she had got him a seat in the cockloft. He wanted to look at the goings-on in the theater upside down. Those were his very words, and just like him, said Auntie. And so he saw the Judgment of Solomon from above and fell asleep. One would surely have thought that he had come from a big dinner and had drunk many toasts. He slept until after the theater was locked up and had to spend the whole dark night up in the loft. He had a story to tell of his waking up, but Auntie didn't believe a word of it. The Judgment of Solomon was played out, the lights were out, and all the people were out above and below. But then began the epilogue, the real comedy, the best thing of all, according to the agent. Then life came into the properties, and it wasn't the Judgment of Solomon that was given now. No, it was Judgment Day at the theater. All this Agent Nob impudently tried to cram into Auntie. That was her thanks for getting him into the cockloft. The story the agent told was amusing enough to hear, but there were mockery and spite behind it. It was very dark up there, said the agent. But then the witchery began the great spectacle. Judgment Day at the theater. Ticket takers were at the doors, and every spectator had to show his spiritual testimonial to decide whether he could enter free or handcuffed and with or without a muzzle. Fine society people who came too late after the performance had begun, and young fellows who wasted their time were hitched outside. There they were, muzzled, and had felt soles put under their shoes to walk in on in time for the beginning of the next scene. And then they began Judgment Day at the theater. Purely wickedness, said Auntie, which our Lord knows nothing about. Had the scene painter wanted to get into heaven, he would have had to climb up some stairs he had painted himself, but which were too steep for anybody to use. That, of course, was because of his sin against perspective. The stage carpenter, who had placed the plants and buildings in lands where they didn't belong, had to move them into their proper places before cock-crowing time if he expected to go to heaven. Mr. Knob would have to watch his own chances of getting there, and to hear what he said about the actors, both in comedy and tragedy, or in song and dance. Why, it was shameful of Mr. Knob. Mr. Knob. He never deserved his place in the cockloft. Auntie didn't believe a word of what he said. He had written it all out, he said, the snob, and would have it printed, but not until he was dead and buried, since he had no wish to be skinned alive. Only once had Auntie known terror and anguish in her own temple of happiness, the theater. It was one of those gray winter days when we have only 2 hours of foggy daylight. It was cold and snowing, but Auntie was bound for the theater. They were giving Hermann von Unna, besides a little opera and a grand ballet with prologue and epilogue. It would last well into the night. Auntie had to be there. Her lodger had lent her a pair of sleigh boots, shaggy, both outside and inside, that reached all the way up her legs. Auntie arrived at the theater and was seated in a box. The boots felt warm, so she kept them on. Suddenly, there arose the cry of "Fire!" as smoke rolled from one of the wings and down from the cockloft. There was a fearful panic, and people stormed out. Auntie was sitting farthest from the door. "Second tier left, hand side. From there, the decorations look best," she said. "They always arrange them so they will look the prettiest from the king's side of the house." Now she wanted to get out of there, but the excited people in front of her thoughtlessly slammed and jammed the door shut. There was Auntie, with no way out, and no way in, for the partitions between the boxes were too high. She called for help, but nobody heard her. When she looked over at the tier beneath, she saw it was empty. The balustrade was low, and the drop wasn't very far. Her fright made her feel young and active, so she prepared to jump. She got one foot on the seat and the other over the railing. There she sat, astride well draped in her flowered skirt, with one long leg dangling below a leg in a huge sleigh boot. That was a sight to see, and it was seen when finally her cries were heard. And then she was easily rescued, for the fire didn't amount to much. That was the most memorable evening of her life, she said, and she was glad she hadn't seen herself, for she would have died of shame. Her benefactor in the mechanical department, Mr. Sievertson, came to see her regularly every Sunday. But it was a long time between Sundays. So, in later years, in the middle of the week, a small child would come to her for the leavings. that is, to get her supper from the remains of Auntie's dinner. This little child was a member of the ballet who really needed the food. She played the roles of a page or a fairy, but her hardest part was the hind legs of the lion in Mozart's Magic Flute. She eventually grew up to become the front legs, but for this, she was paid only 3 marks, while as the hind legs, she had received 1 Rixdollar. She had had to creep about as the hind legs, stooping, panting for fresh air. This was very interesting to know, thought Auntie. Auntie deserved to have lived as long as the theater itself, but she couldn't hold out that long, nor did she die in the theater, but quietly and decently in her own bed. Her dying words were full of significance. She asked, "What are they playing tomorrow?" She must have left about 500 Rixdollars. We came to that conclusion from the yearly rental, which amounted to 20 Rixdollars. The money was left by Auntie as a legacy for some deserving old spinster who had no family. It was to be used for a seat in the second tier, left side, every Saturday, for that was when they gave the best plays. There was only one condition imposed on the legatee. As she sat in the theater every Saturday, she was to think of Auntie lying in her grave. This was Auntie's religion. The Goblin and the Woman. Do you know the Goblin? Of him well enough, with his gray garb and a little red cap cocked jauntily to one side. But do you know the woman, the gardener's wife? She was a curious and learned soul who could quote whole stanzas from memory, and when the mood took her, set her own thoughts down in print. She could write with ease and speak with an authority that made the neighbors pause. Only the rhymes, those little clinchings, as she called them, sometimes put a crimp in her charming labors. For all that she had the twin gifts, the gift of speech that warmed the room, and the gift of writing that filled a drawer with small green-covered books, scrawled with ink blots and trembling lines. Had Providence so willed it, she might have sat in a pulpit or been the parson's wife who corrects sermons with a smile. "The earth is beautiful in her Sunday gown," she would say aloud to herself while setting a kettle on the hob. And from that single, simple fancy, she had spun a long, long poem, a stretch of tender phrases that clothed the common earth in wonder. She loved old words and old customs. She kept her language stitched with quaint Danish threads, calling simple things by names nearly forgotten. She took pleasure in twisting modern German words into fat cakes and paste leaves, as if naming them differently might make them truer. Mr. Kisserup, the assistant schoolmaster, not that his name matters. Beyond that, he was an honest soul with spectacles and a tendency to make a sermon out of anything, was her nephew. On one of his visits to the gardener's house, he overheard the woman's poem, and like many who hear truth dressed prettily, he declared that it did him good. "You have soul, madam," he declared with the polite enthusiasm of a pedant who mistakes feeling for evidence. "Stuff and nonsense," the gardener snapped from the doorway. He was a plain man, all hands and work, and he believed a wife's purpose in this world was to be a useful body, to keep the porridge from burning, to mend the nets, to mind the cabbage patch. Don't be putting such notions into her head. Soul pshaw. A wife should be a body, a good, plain, decent body. "I can take the burnt taste out of the porridge with a bit of charcoal," the woman answered, smiling as she stirred the porridge with a wooden spoon. "And I can take the burnt taste out of you with a little kiss." She stepped closer, and light as a thought kissed him. "You pretend you think only of cabbage and potatoes, but you love the flowers too. Flowers are the soul." He grunted and went out to his patch, scolding casually. Mind your pot, for that pot was his dominion, and he minded it as one minds a child. The kitchen settled into the hum of ordinary life, but the assistant schoolmaster remained, and the two of them, she with her small green book under her arm, he with his sermon-like habit of turning every blossom of speech into doctrine, began to talk. "Earth is beautiful," he said, and promptly made of it a homily, for that was how he breathed. One who sees a phrase turns it into a pulpit lamp. "Earth is beautiful, and it shall be subject unto you." So it was said, and so we became lords of its soil. One man rules with the mind, another with the hand. One comes into the world like an astonished exclamation, another like a faltering dash that makes men pause and wonder at his purpose. Thus, one becomes a bishop, another a poor assistant schoolmaster, and yet is for the best. Your poem is full of feeling and geography. Madam, a startling union. You have soul. Mr. Kisserup, The woman answered, half in earnest, half in the gentle mirth of someone who has been praised into seeing more of herself. After talking with you, one understands one's thoughts more plainly. So they spoke, and their conversation blossomed a small and tidy bouquet of ideas set upon the kitchen table. They spoke of sunlit fields and of sorrowful skies, of old words and new cake names. They read aloud to one another, and the air in the room grew warm with the companionship of words. Yet in the very same house, in a corner where hearth smoke curls and shadows lean, somebody else was talking too, though his speech made hardly a sound. The goblin, that neighbor of corners and keeper of small mischiefs, sat crouched by the black iron pot, for it had been his strange office to mind kettles in that old house for longer than anyone could remember. He was small in his gray coat and red cap, with quick hands and quicker temper. The only creature who minded him back was the great black pussycat cream thief the woman had named him for. He trailed the memory of any dairy in his whiskers. The goblin had a grievance. He had discovered by the softest of chance that the learned woman did not believe in him. For one so given to old customs and superstitions that denial was a sting, she had never set a spoonful of porridge aside for him on Christmas Eve. She, with her learned books and fancy phrases, had let the memory of generations fall like a linen cloth into the dirt. She calls me a notion, muttered the goblin between his teeth. A mere idea, when old women and poor wives used to pinch a little from their pots and set it for me. It was thick with cream. My ancestors drank like princes. And now because she reads, because she writes pages and pages about soul, she denies me. His tiny hands clenched. I say with Pop, mind the pot. He declared more loudly than he meant, for Pop's voice was the oldest counsel in his little world. The woman did not mind her pot. That being so, the goblin resolved mischief. He blew at the embers until they flamed. The kettle sang, and the porridge boiled over with a great frothing splash. Sura rure rup, he cried in a voice like a hiss of sparks. And now I'll pick holes in Pop's socks, he promised, thinking upon the gardener who had been so ready with scolding. I'll pull a great piece and leave the toes bare, so she'll have to sit and darn. Madam Poetess, pray mend Pop's stocking." He chuckled at this thought with a little goblinish glee. The cat sneezed. He had caught a draft despite the coat of winter he kept on, and sniffed at the air. "I've opened the larder door," the goblin whispered. "There's boiled cream in there, as thick as paste. If you won't have a lick, I will. If I must take the blame and get the whipping for it," the cat answered with a lazy flick of tail, "I'll at least have my share. First, a lick, then a kick," the goblin said. And then, eager for farther sport, he announced his next scheme. He would go to the assistant schoolmaster's room and tangle his suspenders upon the mirror, dunk his socks in the water pitcher, and make the good man think the punch had gone too strong and had taken his wits. Last night, he boasted, prancing on his toes. "I dangled my legs from the woodpile before the watchdog. He leapt and leapt and could not reach. The racket was glorious." The assistant schoolmaster woke up thrice spectacles on his nose, and yet he saw me not. The cat, sleepy and a little deaf, advised say mew when you hear the woman coming. "I don't feel so well today." "You have the licking sickness," replied the goblin with mock sympathy. "Lick then, and wipe your whiskers. When done so, the cream won't be shown." "I'll eavesdrop a little. It suits me." So he slipped close to the parlor door, and there the door stood ajar, a slender line of light, like a secret between room, the woman, and the assistant schoolmaster were alone in the parlor. The clock ticked like a careful breath. The woman who had suddenly decided to be confiding produced from her drawer that light green notebook with its ink blots and began to explain her private treasures. "Mr. Kisserup," she said, with a conspiratorial air, "since we are speaking of soul and its ministrations, I will show you something I have never shown a living soul, least of all a man. These are my smaller poems. Some are long, some are sorrowful. I have called them clinchings by Adonnikvinde. I am fond of old Danish words. There is much that is serious here. My mind tends toward melancholy. Here are the sign in the night, my evening red, and a thing I once called, when I got Clemenson, that is my husband. You may skip that one if you wish, though it has thought and feeling. The housewife's duties, perhaps, is my best sorrowful, like all the rest. She smiled then, a little oddly, and added, "Only one piece is comical. You must promise never to tell my husband or any neighbor. Read it aloud so I may know you understand my intent." So Mr. Kisserup did as he was bid. He read, and the woman listened with narrowed, pleased eyes, and so did the little goblin, who hid behind the half-open door, leaned forward on his heels to catch the sound of his own name. When the title, "The Little Goblin," was spoken, the small creature gave a gasp of delight. "That's about me," he whispered to himself. "She has written of me." Suddenly, slights of omission cracked open into a new warmth. All his mischiefs, the pinched chickens, the overturned porridge, the socks with holes, were forgiven in one bright sentence that placed him inside a poetic role. He no longer wished only to vex. He wished to be honored. He licked his lips with a dignity that made the cat spit a little. "I have done her wrong," he thought, turning his little face toward the light that slipped under the door. "The woman has soul and breeding. She has put me into her clinchings, and they will be printed and rid. I shall not let the cat drink her cream. I shall drink it myself. Two hands make more astonishment than one, and that will be my homage to her." The cat, old and sensible, shook himself and purred. "He's a man all right, that goblin. She is sly, she is not." A single mew about himself, and he changes his mind. The woman knows ways with a whisper, but the woman, no, she was not sly. She merely was a woman who loved words. The goblin was merely a man who loved being named. If this tale leaves you puzzled, if you cannot understand how an offended sprite can be soothed by being placed within a poem, or how a learned wife and a knavish little fellow can find accord in the oddest of ways, then ask somebody to explain it to you. Only do not ask the goblin or the woman, for their answers will be partial. The goblin will tell you of cream and cat and socks. The woman will tell you of rhyme and sorrow and the hush of evening. Either will be honest in their way, and neither will tell you the whole. Peiter, Peter, and Peer. It is unbelievable all that children know nowadays. One can scarcely say what they don't know. They no longer believe the old story that the stork brought them to father and mother out of the well or the mill pond when they were little. And yet it is really true. But how did the little ones get down into the mill pond or the well? Ah, not everyone knows that, but there are some who do. Have you ever gazed at the sky on a clear, starry night and watched the many shooting stars? It is as if the stars fall from and disappear into nowhere. Even the most learned persons can't explain what they don't know themselves, but one can explain this when he knows it. It is like a little Christmas tree candle that falls from heaven and is blown out. It is a soul spark from our Lord that flies toward the earth, and when it reaches our thick, heavy air, it loses its brilliancy, becoming something that our eyes cannot see, something much finer than air itself. It is a little child from heaven, a little angel, but without wings, for it is to become a human child. Softly, it glides through the air, and the wind carries it into a flower, which may be an orchid, a dandelion, a rose, or a cowslip, and there it lies and rests itself. And so light and airy is it that a fly can carry it off, as of course a bee can, when they alternately come to seek the sweetness of the flower. If the little air child lies in their way, they do not brush it aside. That they wouldn't have the heart to do. They take it and lay it under the leaf of a water lily in the sunshine, and from there it crawls and creeps into the water, where it sleeps and grows until it is large enough for the stork to see and bring to a human family that has been longing for a sweet little child. But whether it becomes sweet or not depends on whether it has drunk pure, clean water, or has swallowed mud and duckweed the wrong way. That makes one so filthy. The stork, always without preference, takes the first one he sees. One goes to kind and loving parents in a fine home. Another comes to unpleasant people in such misery that it would have been much better for it to have remained in the mill pond. The little ones can never remember afterward what they dreamed while they were lying under the water lily leaf, listening to the frogs in the evening, singing, "Coax, coax, coax." In human language, that means, now you go to sleep and dream. Nor can they remember the flower where they first lay, nor how it smelled. And yet there is always something inside them, even when they are grown people, which makes them say, "I like this flower the best." That's because it is the one in which they were placed when they were air children. The stork lives to be a very old bird, and he always has interest in the little ones he has brought, and watches how they get along in the world, and how they behave themselves Of course, he can't do much for them or change anything in their lives, for he has his own family to look after. But at least he never lets them get out of his thoughts. I know a very worthy, honest old stork who has had a great deal of experience and has brought many little ones out of the water and knows their stories, in which there is always a little mud and duckweed from the mill pond. I begged him to tell me the story of one of them, and he said I should have 3 instead of 1, and all from the Peitersons' house. The Peitersons were an extremely nice family. The father was one of the 32 members of the town council, and that was an honor. He was completely wrapped up in his work with the 32 councilmen. When the stork brought a little fellow to this home, he was named Peiter. The next year, the stork brought another, and they named him Peiter. And when the third one came, they called him Peir. For all 3 names, Peiter, Peiter, and Peir, are parts of the name Peiterson. So there were 3 brothers here, 3 shooting stars, and each had been cradled in a flower, then laid under the water lily leaf in the mill pond, and brought from there by the stork to the Peiterson family, whose house is on the corner, as you surely know. They grew in body and mind, and wanted to become something more than the 32 councilmen were. Peiter had decided he wanted to be a robber. He had just seen the play Fra Diavolo, and that had convinced him that a robber's life was the most delightful in the world. Peiter wanted to be a trash collector, and Peir, who was such a sweet and good boy, round and plump, whose only fault was biting his nails, wanted to be Papa. That was what each of them said he was going to be in life whenever anybody asked them about it. Then they went to school. One was at the head of the class, and one at the foot, and one in the middle. But in spite of that, they could be equally good and clever, and they were, said, their very clear-sighted parents. The 3 went to children's parties. They smoked when nobody was watching. They gained knowledge and made acquaintances from the time he was quite small. Peiter was quarrelsome, just the way a robber ought to be. He was a very naughty boy, but his mother said that came from worms. Naughty children always have worms, or from mud in the stomach. And one day, his mother's new silk dress suffered from his obstinacy and naughtiness. "Don't push the tea table, my good little lamb," she had said. "You might tip over the cream pitcher, and then I'd get spots on my new silk dress." And so the good little lamb firmly took up the cream pitcher and firmly poured all the cream right into Mama's lap. Mama couldn't help saying, "Oh, lamb, lamb, that was careless of you, lamb." But she had to admit that the child had a will of his own. A will means character, and that's very promising to a mother. He might, of course, have become a robber, but he didn't in the actual sense of the word. He only came to look like one, with his slouch hat, bare throat, and long, lank hair. He was supposed to be an artist, but he only got as far as the clothes. He looked like a hollyhock, and all the people he made drawings of looked like hollyhocks, so lanky were they. He was very fond of hollyhocks, and the stork said he had lain in that flower when he was an heir child. Peiter must have lain in a buttercup. He looked buttery around the corners of his mouth, and his skin was so yellow that one would think that if his cheek were cut, butter would ooze out. He should have been a butter dealer and could have been his own signboard. But on the inside, he was a trash collector with a rattle. He was a musician of the Petersen family. Musical enough for all of them, the neighbors said. He composed 17 new polkas in 1 week, and then put them all together and made an opera out of them with a trumpet and rattle accompaniment. Ugh, how delightful that was. Peter was white and red, small and quite ordinary. He had lain in a daisy. He never hit back when the other boys beat him up. He said he was the most sensible, and the most sensible always gives way first. He was a collector, first of slate pencils, and later of letter seals. Then he got a little cabinet of curiosities of natural history, in which were the skeleton of a stickleback, 3 blind baby rats preserved in alcohol, and a stuffed mole. Peter had a keen appreciation of science and an eye for the beauties of nature, and that was a comfort to his parents, and to him too. He preferred wandering in the woods to going to school, preferred nature to education. Both his brothers were engaged to be married, but he could think of nothing but completing his collection of waterbird eggs. He knew much more about animals than he did about human beings. He even thought we could never reach the heights of the animals. In the feeling we consider the loftiest of all, love. He saw that when the female nightingale was setting on the nest, Papa Nightingale would perch on a branch close by and sing to his little wife all night, "Cluck, cluck, zee zee, lo lo lee." Peter knew he could never do that, or even think of doing such a thing. When Mama Stork had her babies in the nest, Father Stork stood guard on the edge of the roof all night on one leg. Peter couldn't have stood that way for an hour. Then one day, when he examined a spider's web and saw what was in it, he gave up completely any idea of marriage. Mr. Spider weaves his web for catching thoughtless flies, old and young, fat and lean. He lives only to weave and to support his family. But Madam Spider lives only for him. Out of sheer love, she eats him up. She eats his heart, his head, his stomach, until only his long, thin legs are left in the web, where he used to sit anxious for the welfare of his family. Now that's the real truth, right out of the natural history book. When Peter saw all this, he grew very thoughtful. To be so dearly loved by a wife that she eats one up out of violent love. No human being could love like that. And would it be desirable anyway? Peter resolved never to marry, or even to give or take a kiss, for that might seem the first step toward marriage. But he did receive a kiss anyway, the same kiss we all get someday, the great kiss of death. When we have lived long enough, death is given the order, kiss him away, and so away the human goes. A ray of sunshine comes straight from our Lord, so bright that it almost blinds one. Then the soul that came from heaven, as a shooting star, goes back like a shooting star, but this time not to sleep in a flower or dream beneath the leaf of the water lily. It has more important things than that to do. It enters the great land of eternity. But what that is like, and what it looks like, there no one can say. No one has looked into it, not even the stork, though he sees far and knows much. The stork knew nothing more of Peter, whereas he could have told me lots more about Peiter and Peiter. But I had heard enough of them, and I suppose you have too. So I thanked him and bade him goodbye for this time. But now he demands 3 frogs and a little snake as payment for this simple little story. You see, he takes his pay in food. Will you pay him? I can't. I have neither frogs nor snakes.